Hey there, sleepy wasteland wanderers. Tonight, we're diving into the haunting beauty of the Fallout universe, where broken cities whisper forgotten stories, and every shadow hides a tale of survival. I'll be your guide through these glowing ruins, sharing quiet moments of hope, resilience, and the eerie calm of a world long gone. So, get cozy, dim the lights, and let the hum of your Pip-Boy light our way. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and check out our full Fallout playlist for more sleepy stories from the wasteland. And if there's a Fallout tale you want to hear next, drop it in the comments. Now, close your eyes, breathe deep, and drift into the world of Fallout, where dreams wander just beyond the horizon. The morning shift change in Vault 95 proceeded with the same quiet efficiency that had characterized daily operations for over 2 decades. Residents moved through the pristine corridors with purposeful steps, their blue jumpsuits bearing the subtle variations in color coding that indicated their respective work assignments. Maintenance crews in darker blue with reinforced knees and shoulders, administrative staff in lighter shades, with identification badges gleaming under the vault's perpetual fluorescent illumination, technical specialists, wearing the distinctive grey moval reserved for those who maintained the complex systems, keeping their underground community alive. Maya Chen stood in the doorway of the overseer's office, still wearing her maintenance jumpsuit with its telltale stains of lubricant and metal polish, watching the familiar morning routine through the office's observation window. The wall of monitoring screens that had once been Overseer Harrison's constant companion now displayed her community under her unexpected care. Population statistics scrolling steadily across one display, power consumption graphs maintaining their normal patterns on another, atmospheric readings confirming the air recycling system's continued optimal performance. 3 days had passed since Harrison's funeral, yet Maya still felt like an intruder in this space that had been his domain for nearly 15 years. The Democratic Council's deliberation had lasted only 2 hours before reaching their consensus. A surprisingly brief discussion for a decision of such magnitude. When Council Chairman Torres had announced their selection, Maya's first reaction had been to look behind her, assuming they meant someone else entirely. She moved deeper into the office, her fingers trailing along the polished surface of Harrison's desk, where personal items remained exactly as he had left them. A coffee mug bearing the faded Vault-Tec logo sat beside a small framed photograph of the Vault's original construction crew, their faces beaming with pride at their technological achievement. A mechanical pencil lay across an open notebook, the last entry in Harrison's careful handwriting, describing routine maintenance schedules and resource allocation adjustments, the quiet administrative details that kept their community functioning smoothly. The weight of responsibility settled more heavily on Maya's shoulders as she examined the daily reports that now required her review and approval. Population management summaries, food production statistics, educational program assessments, conflict resolution documentation, hundreds of decisions, both large and small, that affected the daily lives of 200 souls who had never known existence beyond these reinforced walls. Maya had arrived at Vault 95 5 years earlier, one of the few surface dwellers ever admitted to their carefully maintained community. Her background in pre-war technology restoration had made her valuable to their maintenance teams, but her outsider status had always created a subtle distance between herself and the Vault-born residents. Now that same outsider perspective had somehow convinced the council she possessed the leadership qualities their community needed. She settled into Harrison's chair, Her chair now, she corrected herself, and activated the terminal that controlled access to the vault's comprehensive records. The screen displayed the familiar Vault-Tec interface, its cheerful blue and yellow color scheme designed to convey optimism and technological confidence. As she navigated through the standard administrative menus, however, her attention was drawn to a section she had never seen before. Files marked with security classifications that hadn't been visible from her previous maintenance access level. Curiosity overcoming caution, Maya accessed the restricted directory, her new overseer credentials providing entry to information that had been carefully hidden from general Vault population. What she discovered made her lean back in the chair, processing implications that transformed her understanding of everything she thought she knew about Vault 95's purpose and her own unexpected selection. The files contained detailed documentation of their Vault's true experimental parameters. Not the agricultural sustainability research they had always been told, but a comprehensive study of how external leadership integration affected established underground communities. Maya's own admission to the Vault, her gradual acceptance by the residents, her technical expertise that had made her valuable to their operations. All of it had been carefully observed and documented by Harrison, following protocols established by Vault-Tec's Behavioral Science Division decades earlier. Her selection as overseer hadn't been a democratic decision based on merit or community trust. It had been the inevitable culmination of a long-term psychological experiment designed to test whether outsider leadership could successfully manage Vault society. Every interaction she'd had with residents, every technical solution she'd provided, every moment of gradually earned acceptance had been recorded and analyzed as data points in Vault-Tec's grand design. Maya stood and walked to the observation window, looking out at the residents beginning their daily routines in the common areas below. Mrs. Patterson guided a group of children through their morning educational activities, her patient voice explaining mathematical concepts with the dedicated care that had made her the Vault's most respected teacher. Engineer Rodriguez consulted with his technical team about routine system maintenance, their conversation animated by the professional enthusiasm that characterized Vault 95's work culture. These people, her people now, had accepted her leadership, believing it represented their community's democratic choice. The knowledge that their decision had been subtly influenced by experimental protocols created a hollow feeling in Maya's chest, undermining the confidence she had been building in her new role. A soft chime from the office terminal interrupted her troubled contemplation, announcing an incoming priority message from the engineering section. Maya returned to the desk, activating the communication link, with a growing sense that the experimental nature of her position was about to be tested in ways the Vault-Tec researchers had probably anticipated. Overseer Chen, came Engineer Rodriguez's voice, carrying an undertone of concern that immediately commanded her attention. We have a situation developing in Sector C that requires your immediate attention. Water recycling system is showing pressure irregularities that could indicate significant component failure. Maya's maintenance background allowed her to immediately understand the implications of Rodriguez's report. Water recycling systems represented one of the most critical infrastructure elements in any vault. Their failure could threaten the community's survival within days rather than weeks. If the problems were as serious as Rodriguez's tone suggested, her first major test as overseer would involve one of the most technically complex and politically sensitive challenges possible. "I'll be down immediately," Maya responded, already moving toward the office door. "Prepare a complete diagnostic report and gather your senior technical staff. We'll need to assess both the immediate problem and our available response options." As she made her way through the vault's corridors toward the engineering section, Maya noticed residents pausing in their activities to watch her pass. Their expressions reflected the mixture of curiosity and concern that accompanied any unusual administrative activity in their carefully ordered world. Most had never experienced a serious infrastructure crisis. Harrison's competent leadership had maintained their systems in excellent condition throughout his tenure. The engineering section occupied a substantial portion of Vault 95's lower level, its maze of corridors connecting the various mechanical spaces that housed their life support systems. The familiar sounds of properly functioning machinery, ventilation fans, water pumps, electrical generators, created a comforting acoustic backdrop that Maya had grown to appreciate during her years maintaining these systems. Engineer Rodriguez met her at the entrance to the water treatment facility, his expression reflecting the professional concern of someone who understood both the technical complexity of their situation and its potential consequences for the community. Behind him, Senior Technician Morrison and Water Systems Specialist Chen worked at monitoring stations, their attention focused on diagnostic displays showing system performance parameters. Status report? Maya requested, her tone carrying the authority she was still learning to project in her new role. Rodriguez led her to the primary monitoring console, where multiple displays showed various aspects of the water recycling system's operation. Red warning indicators flashed on several panels, while graph displays showed pressure readings declining below optimal ranges over the past 12 hours. The problem began during last night's maintenance cycle, Rodriguez explained, his finger tracing patterns on the monitoring displays. Primary filtration systems showed normal operation, but secondary treatment stages began experiencing pressure drops that suggest either component failure or system blockage. We've isolated the affected sections, but that's reduced our overall water processing capacity by approximately 30%. Maya studied the displays, her maintenance experience allowing her to interpret the diagnostic information Rodriguez was presenting. The patterns suggested not catastrophic failure, but gradual degradation, the kind of problem that could be managed with proper response, but might become critical if left unaddressed. How long can we maintain normal operations with reduced capacity, she asked, already beginning to calculate the community management implications of their technical situation. Perhaps 2 weeks if we implement immediate conservation measures, Senior Technician Morrison replied, joining their discussion with the detailed analysis Maya had requested. However, that assumes no further degradation in the remaining functional systems. If the problem spreads to other treatment stages, our timeline becomes much shorter. Maya nodded, processing this information with the methodical approach that had made her valuable to the Vault's maintenance operations. The situation was serious, but not yet desperate. They had time to develop proper solutions if they acted decisively and maintained community cooperation. What repair options are available? She continued, focusing on the technical aspects she understood best. Rodriguez consulted his diagnostic tablet before responding. We have replacement components for most standard maintenance issues, but this appears to be a more complex problem. The secondary treatment system uses pre-war technology that we don't fully understand. It's operated successfully for decades without requiring major intervention, but now that it's failing, our ability to repair it is limited. This revelation added another layer of complexity to Maya's first major crisis as overseer. Not only did they face a critical infrastructure problem, but it involved technology that exceeded their community's technical expertise. The irony wasn't lost on her. Despite being selected partly for her pre-war technology background, she was facing a system that challenged even her considerable experience. I need to examine the failing systems directly, Maya decided. Morrison, prepare a complete technical briefing on the secondary treatment processes. Rodriguez, I want consultation with every resident who has relevant engineering experience, whether or not they're assigned to your department. We'll need all available expertise for this challenge." As the engineering team dispersed to implement her directions, Maya took a moment to appreciate the complexity of leadership decisions she was now required to make. Technical problems had clear solutions. Identify the issue, gather resources, implement repairs. Leadership challenges required balancing technical necessities against community morale, resource limitations, and political considerations. She was still learning to navigate. The water treatment facility's secondary processing area revealed itself to be a maze of pipes, filtration chambers, and monitoring equipment that represented some of Vault-Tech's most sophisticated pre-war engineering. Unlike the primary systems that handled basic filtration and purification, this area contained technology designed to recycle and optimize every molecule of water within their closed system. The kind of advanced resource management that made long-term Vault survival possible. Maya examined the failed components with the systematic approach she had developed during years of maintenance work, but the technology exceeded anything she had encountered on the surface. The engineering was elegant and complex, designed by minds that had solved problems she couldn't fully comprehend, even while observing their solutions. The original installation team included specialists we've never had resident in the vault, Morrison explained, noticing Maya's puzzled expression as she studied the intricate machinery. This equipment was designed to operate autonomously for decades, but when it fails, proper repair requires expertise we simply don't. Maya continued her examination, searching for familiar principles among the unfamiliar technology. Gradually, patterns began to emerge, design approaches that reminded her of surface equipment she had successfully restored, engineering solutions that followed logical principles, even when implemented with sophisticated methods she didn't fully understand. "The fundamental approach is similar to systems I've worked with," she observed, her confidence growing as she identified familiar elements within the complex machinery. Different implementation, much more advanced, but the basic principles are recognizable. We may not have the original technical specifications, but we can develop repair strategies based on understanding what the system is trying to accomplish. This realization marked a turning point in Maya's approach to both the technical problem and her broader leadership challenge. Instead of being overwhelmed by what she didn't know, she began focusing on what she could understand and build upon. The experimental nature of her selection as overseer suddenly seemed less important than her ability to solve the immediate problem threatening her community. Over the following hours, Maya worked with the engineering team to develop a comprehensive response plan that combined technical repairs with community management strategies. They would need to implement water conservation measures while attempting complex repairs, requiring clear communication with residents about both the problem and their response efforts. The community meeting she called for that evening filled the Vault's main assembly hall with concerned but attentive residents. Maya stood at the podium where Harrison had addressed them countless times, looking out at faces that reflected trust in leadership they still barely knew but hoped could guide them through this crisis. "We face a significant technical challenge with our water recycling systems," Maya began, her voice carrying the calm authority she was learning to project. "The problem is serious but manageable if we work together as a community. I want to explain both what we're dealing with and how we plan to address it." She proceeded to outline the technical situation in terms that non-engineers could understand, describing the water system's critical importance without creating panic about their community's survival. Her approach emphasized competent leadership managing a difficult situation rather than desperate crisis response. Conservation measures will be implemented immediately, Maya continued. We're asking every resident to reduce water usage to essential activities only. This isn't rationing, yet. We have sufficient water for all necessary purposes, but conservation will give us time to complete repairs without compromising our safety. The residents' response reflected the discipline and community cooperation that had characterized Vault 95 throughout its existence. Questions were thoughtful rather than panicked. Suggestions were offered respectfully, and the general attitude conveyed trust in their new overseer's ability to manage the situation effectively. Elder Morrison, who had served under 3 previous overseers, spoke from his position in the front row. Overseer Chen, what assistance do you need from the community beyond conservation? Many of us have skills that might be useful, even if we're not assigned to engineering. Maya appreciated Morrison's question because it allowed her to emphasize the collaborative approach she wanted to establish as her leadership style. We'll need volunteers for extended work shifts, residents with any technical background to assist with diagnosis and repair, and everyone's patience as we work through this challenge together. This is our community, and we'll solve this problem as a community. As the meeting concluded and residents dispersed to implement the conservation measures, Maya felt a growing confidence in her ability to lead them through this crisis. The experimental nature of her selection remained troubling, but her community's response to leadership suggested that whatever Vault-Tech's original intentions, the residents had genuinely accepted her authority. The following days established a routine that combined urgent technical work with careful community management. Maya spent her mornings in the engineering section, working directly with repair teams to understand and address the water system problems. Her afternoons were devoted to administrative responsibilities, reviewing conservation compliance, coordinating resource allocation, maintaining communication with all Vault departments about their response efforts. Junior engineer Petra proved to be both valuable and challenging as a team member. Her technical expertise exceeded that of most engineering staff, but her comments occasionally carried subtle undertones that suggested resentment of Maya's outsider status. Maya recognized this dynamic from her early years in the Vault. Some residents would always view her as an intruder, regardless of official acceptance or demonstrated competence. The replacement components we've fabricated should restore about 60% of secondary treatment capacity, Petra reported during one of their daily technical briefings. Not optimal, but sufficient for normal operations if we maintain moderate conservation measures. Maya nodded approval, but noticed Petra's careful phrasing that emphasized limitations rather than achievements. 60% represents significant progress from our current 30% capacity, Maya replied, her tone acknowledging Petra's technical contribution while reframing the information more positively. How quickly can we implement the repairs? Petra's response carried professional competence combined with the faint coolness that had characterized their working relationship. Implementation will require approximately 8 hours with current staffing levels. However, if any of our improvised components fail, we could face more serious problems than our original situation. This exchange exemplified the leadership challenges Maya faced beyond pure technical problem solving. Managing community dynamics, building confidence among team members, maintaining morale while acknowledging real limitations. These responsibilities required skills quite different from the mechanical expertise that had initially made her valuable to Vault operations. The repair implementation proceeded smoothly, with Maya working alongside the engineering team to install the improvised components they had developed. Her hands-on participation earned respect from technical staff, who valued leaders willing to share in difficult work rather than merely giving directions from administrative positions. As the modified systems came online and diagnostic readings began showing improved performance, Maya allowed herself a moment of satisfaction at their community's achievement. They had faced a potentially catastrophic problem and solved it through combined expertise, careful planning, and community cooperation. Exactly the kind of response that made Vault society possible. The success of their water system repairs marked a turning point in Maya's acceptance as overseer by both herself and the broader community. Residents who had viewed her appointment with polite uncertainty now approached her with the confidence they might offer a proven leader. Engineering staff who had initially been skeptical of outsider leadership now sought her input on routine technical decisions. Most significantly, Maya herself began to feel comfortable in the role that had been thrust upon her. Whether her selection had been the result of democratic choice or experimental manipulation seemed less important than her demonstrated ability to serve her community's needs effectively. Leadership, she realized, was ultimately validated through service rather than appointment circumstances. Elder Morrison approached her one evening as she completed her daily review of Vault operations, his expression carrying the thoughtful consideration that had made him a respected community voice throughout multiple overseer transitions. "You've handled this crisis with wisdom and competence," he observed, settling into the chair across from Maya's desk with the ease of someone who had earned the right to speak frankly with Vault leadership. "Harrison would have been proud of how you've served our community." Maya appreciated Morrison's assessment, but felt compelled to share the burden of knowledge she had been carrying since discovering the experimental files. "Elder Morrison, there's something about my selection as overseer that you should know, something that changes the context of how I came to this position." She proceeded to explain her discovery of the Vault's true experimental purpose. Watching Morrison's expression change from surprise to understanding to the kind of measured consideration that characterized his approach to complex problems. "I suspected something of that nature," Morrison replied, after processing Maya's revelation. Harrison occasionally made comments that suggested he was operating under directives beyond simple community management. "The important question isn't how you came to be overseer, but how well you've served in that role." Morrison's response reflected the practical wisdom that had made him valuable to 3 previous overseers. Rather than being disturbed by the experimental manipulation, he focused on demonstrated leadership performance and community benefit, a perspective that helped Maya resolve her own concerns about the legitimacy of her authority. Vault-Tec may have engineered circumstances to study external leadership integration, Morrison continued, but they couldn't engineer your character, your technical competence, or your genuine care for our community's welfare. Those qualities are your own, and they're what make you worthy of the trust our residents have placed in you. This conversation allowed Maya to finally accept her role without the psychological burden that had been undermining her confidence since discovering the experimental files. Whether her path to leadership had been manipulated or organic, her service to the community was authentic and valued by those she led. As the weeks following the water crisis settled into normal routine, Maya established leadership patterns that reflected both her technical background and her growing understanding of community management. She maintained Harrison's practice of regular administrative reviews while adding her own emphasis on hands-on involvement with technical operations. Her weekly community meetings emphasized transparent communication about Vault operations, encouraging resident input on both practical problems and policy consideration. The monitoring screens in the overseer's office now displayed information Maya understood intuitively, rather than data that seemed foreign and overwhelming. Population statistics, resource allocation graphs, system performance indicators. All of it had become familiar territory that she could analyze and act upon with growing confidence. Most evenings found Maya walking through the vault's residential areas, not conducting formal inspections, but simply maintaining personal connection with the community she served. These informal interactions provided insights into resident concerns and suggestions that formal reporting systems might miss, while demonstrating her accessibility and genuine interest in their daily lives. During one such evening walk, she encountered young Alex Patterson working on a technical project in the vault's workshop area. The teenager's fascination with mechanical systems reminded Maya of her own early interest in pre-war technology, and she paused to examine his work. "What are you building?" Maya asked, genuinely curious about the device taking shape under Alex's patient assembly. "It's a water flow monitoring system," Alex replied, his enthusiasm evident as he explained his project. "I thought if we had better real-time data about usage patterns throughout the vault, we could optimize conservation measures and maybe prevent future problems like we just experienced." Maya examined Alex's work with growing appreciation for both his technical ambition and his community-minded motivation. The device represented exactly the kind of innovative thinking that could improve their vault's long-term sustainability while engaging young residents in meaningful contribution to community welfare. "This is excellent work," Maya told him, her approval genuine. "Have you considered presenting this to the engineering department? This kind of monitoring capability could be valuable for ongoing resource management." Alex's face brightened with the recognition that his work might have practical application beyond personal interest. "Really? You think it could be useful?" "I think it represents exactly the kind of innovative thinking our community needs," Maya replied. "Would you be interested in working with Engineer Rodriguez to develop this further? We could always use more technical expertise, especially from residents who understand both our systems and our community needs." This interaction exemplified the leadership approach Maya had developed, recognizing and encouraging capability wherever it emerged, building community engagement through meaningful contribution opportunities, and maintaining the long-term perspective necessary for successful vault management. As her first year as overseer progressed, Maya occasionally reflected on the circumstances that had brought her to leadership and the experimental framework that had influenced her selection. The knowledge remained unsettling, but no longer defined her understanding of her role or her relationship with the community. The residents of Vault 95 had accepted her leadership based on her demonstrated competence and genuine care for their welfare. Whether that acceptance had been facilitated by Vault Tech's experimental protocols seemed increasingly irrelevant compared to the daily reality of effective governance and community service. Late one evening, as Maya completed her final review of daily operations reports, she paused to look out at the vault's common areas, where a few residents continued quiet activities: reading, conversation, technical projects like Alex's monitoring system. The scene represented everything she had come to value about their underground community: safety, cooperation, purpose, and the quiet satisfaction of lives lived with meaning and mutual support. Harrison's photograph still occupied its place on the office desk, but Maya had added her own touches to the space. Technical manuals that reflected her ongoing learning about leadership responsibilities, a small plant from the hydroponics section that brought natural beauty to the administrative environment, and a collection of resident suggestions and project proposals that demonstrated the community engagement she was fostering. The experimental files that had once seemed so important now resided in their secure directory, reviewed occasionally but no longer the source of anxiety they had initially created. Maya had come to understand that leadership legitimacy came not from appointment, circumstances, but from daily service to community needs and values. As she prepared to conclude another day of overseer responsibilities, Maya felt the quiet satisfaction that came from challenges met competently and community trust earned through consistent service. The role that had once seemed impossible now felt natural, not because it was easy, but because it aligned with her values and utilized capabilities she had developed through years of dedicated work. The morning would bring new challenges and responsibilities, but Maya now approached them with confidence rather than uncertainty. She had become the leader her community needed, whether or not that outcome had been anticipated by Vault-Tech's experimental designers. Her authority came not from external manipulation, but from internal commitment to serving those who depended on her judgment and care. Outside the overseer's office, Vault 95 settled into its quiet nighttime routine, systems humming efficiently under Maya's careful stewardship, residents resting peacefully under her protection, and the community thriving under leadership that had grown from reluctant acceptance into confident service. The Vault's future remained as uncertain as any underground community's long-term prospects, but under Maya's guidance, that future would be met with the technical competence, community cooperation, and careful planning that made survival possible in their post-war world. She had become not just an administrator, but a true guardian of their shared hope for continued prosperity in humanity's most protected spaces. As the Commonwealth's scattered settlements continue their daily struggle for survival above ground, deep beneath the earth in Vault 112, another overseer faces a different kind of burden. Join us next for the Keeper of Secrets. The soft amber glow of emergency lighting cast gentle shadows across the corridors of Vault 1012 during the quiet hours before dawn, when most residents remained in peaceful sleep within their modest quarters. Overseer David Park moved through these familiar passages with the practiced silence of someone who had walked these routes for 15 years. Conducting his daily ritual of reviewing the vault's status displays and securing the classified documents that contained truths too dangerous for general knowledge. David's private study occupied a corner of the administrative level, its reinforced door bearing the additional security measures he had installed years earlier when the full weight of his inherited responsibilities became clear. Unlike the cheerful public spaces where residents gathered for meals and community activities, this room bore the somber character of serious purpose. Walls lined with filing cabinets containing both official records and the hidden documentation that told their vault's real story. The morning routine always began with reviewing the public reports that would be distributed to department heads and posted on community bulletin boards. Population statistics showing their stable community of 147 souls. Resource consumption data indicating their continued self-sufficiency. Maintenance schedules confirming their system's reliable operation. All the comfortable information that reinforced residents' confidence in their underground sanctuary's continued prosperity. Only after securing these routine documents did David unlock the concealed file drawer that contained the records no resident had ever seen. The original Vault-Tech experimental protocols, now decades past their intended conclusion. Communication logs with the surface worlds that had been discontinued not due to equipment failure, but by deliberate choice. Status reports that documented their community's success, while questioning whether that success justified continued isolation. Vault 1 and 12 had been designed as a 25-year isolation study, testing how completely enclosed communities adapted to permanent underground existence. The experiment had officially ended 12 years ago, but David's predecessor had made the difficult decision to maintain their isolation, rather than expose residents to a surface world that offered uncertainty in exchange for their carefully maintained security and purpose. David settled into his desk chair, reviewing the overnight reports from the night shift supervisors. The hydroponic gardens had achieved another record harvest, their food production exceeding consumption by margins that would have seemed impossible to pre-war agricultural experts. The educational programs continued producing young adults whose technical competence matched or exceeded their elders, ensuring their communities' continued self-sufficiency. The workshops and laboratories where residents pursued meaningful work had developed innovations that improved their quality of life year after year. By every measure that mattered to daily existence, Vault 112 represented one of humanity's most successful post-war communities. Their residents lived longer, healthier, more purposeful lives than most surface dwellers could imagine. Children grew up safe from radiation, violence, and the desperate resource competition that characterized the wasteland above. Adults found meaningful work that contributed to their community's welfare while pursuing personal interests that enriched their individual lives. The ethical complexity of their situation had defined David's entire tenure as overseer. He preserved their residents' happiness and security by withholding knowledge that might undermine both. Yet that preservation required daily decisions about information management that felt increasingly like benevolent deception rather than protective leadership. A soft chime from his terminal announced an incoming message from Dr. Sarah Kim, whose research work in the Vault's archives had made her one of their most valued intellectual contributors. David accessed the message with the careful attention he gave all communication from residents whose work might intersect with sensitive information. "Overseer Park," the message began. "I've encountered some discrepancies in historical documentation that require clarification. Could we schedule a meeting to discuss my findings? The irregularities suggest gaps in our timeline that might affect my current research project." David felt the familiar tension that accompanied any unexpected inquiry about Vault records. Dr. Kim's legitimate research into their community's development had been productive and valuable, but her scholarly thoroughness occasionally brought her close to information that could destabilize everything they had built together. He composed a careful response, scheduling a meeting for later that morning, then spent the remaining pre-dawn hours reviewing exactly what records Dr. Kim had accessed and calculating what conclusions she might draw from apparent timeline inconsistencies. The challenge lay in providing satisfying answers without revealing the fundamental deception that underlied their continued isolation. As morning activity began throughout the vault, David transitioned into his public role as community administrator, reviewing department reports and addressing routine operational matters. The familiar rhythm of daily leadership responsibilities provided comforting structure around the more complex ethical challenges that occupied his private thoughts. The hydroponics section hummed with productive activity as he conducted his weekly inspection. Rows of flourishing plants creating a green oasis within their underground world. Chief Botanist Martinez greeted him with the quiet pride of someone whose work directly sustained their community's survival, her latest harvest reports confirming their continued agricultural success. "We're actually producing surplus in several crop categories," Martinez reported, her enthusiasm evident despite the early hour. "The efficiency improvements we've implemented over the past 5 years have exceeded all projections. We could probably support a population 50% larger than our current size." David nodded appreciation for Martinez's excellent work, while noting the implications of her observation. Their surplus production capacity represented one of many indicators that their community had achieved stability beyond anything the original Vault Tech planners had anticipated. The experiment had succeeded so completely that its continuation raised questions about whether success itself justified perpetuating the conditions that had created it. The educational section reflected similar achievement, with Teacher Morgan's advanced classes producing young adults whose technical and intellectual capabilities rivaled those of pre-war university graduates. David observed a physics discussion where teenagers debated quantum mechanics with sophisticated understanding, their minds sharpened by access to comprehensive educational resources and freedom from the survival pressures that limited most wasteland learning opportunities. Their intellectual development continues exceeding all benchmarks, Teacher Morgan noted privately as David concluded his observation. These young people are receiving educational opportunities that simply don't exist anywhere else in the post-war world. They're developing capabilities that could contribute significantly to humanity's recovery if they ever had the opportunity. Morgan's comment carried the subtle implications that characterized many conversations David had with thoughtful residents. While never directly questioning their isolation, educators and researchers occasionally made observations that suggested awareness of the broader world beyond their vault doors and curiosity about their community's role in humanity's larger future. The workshops and laboratories showcased the innovation and creativity that had flourished under their community's stable conditions. David paused to observe Engineer Thompson's work on improved water purification systems, Technician Lee's development of more efficient lighting solutions, and researcher Wilson's experiments with advanced materials that could have applications far beyond their current limited scope. Each success reinforced both the value of their isolation and the questions about its continued necessity. Their residents had developed capabilities and created innovations that could benefit the broader world, yet sharing those achievements would require ending the isolation that had made them possible. Dr. Kim's office in the research section reflected the organized efficiency of a dedicated scholar, her walls lined with carefully catalogued historical documents and analysis charts tracking various aspects of their community's development. She greeted David with the respectful professionalism that characterized their working relationship, but her expression carried the focused intensity of someone who had encountered information that didn't align with established understanding. "Thank you for meeting with me so quickly," she began, settling behind her desk where several folders lay open to specific documents. "I've been conducting timeline analysis for my community development study, and I've found several discrepancies that I hope you can help clarify." David seated himself across from her, maintaining the calm, administrative demeanor he had cultivated for handling such delicate situations. "I'm happy to help with any questions about our historical records. What specific discrepancies have you encountered?" Dr. Kim opened the first folder, revealing copies of documents David recognized from the public archives. These maintenance logs and resource allocation reports suggest our vault's operational timeline extends beyond what our Foundation documentation indicates. The patterns suggest we've been operational for approximately 37 years, but our official community history indicates 25 years since initial sealing. David's expression remained neutral while his mind rapidly calculated how to address her observations without revealing the classified information that would explain the discrepancy. Dr. Kim's analytical skills had led her to precisely the kind of inconsistency that could unravel the careful information management that preserved their community's stability. "Record-keeping methods have evolved over the years," David replied carefully, "and some of our early documentation used different dating systems that can create apparent inconsistencies when analyzed together. The transition periods during leadership changes sometimes resulted in overlapping or duplicate entries that can be confusing when reviewed retrospectively." Dr. Kim nodded thoughtfully, but her expression suggested his explanation hadn't fully satisfied her scholarly curiosity. That could account for some inconsistencies, but I've also found references to external communication protocols that don't align with our understanding of vault isolation procedures. There are indications of scheduled contact reviews that suggest ongoing evaluation of our operational status. This observation brought Dr. Kim dangerously close to discovering the truth about their vault's experimental nature and the decisions that had extended their isolation beyond its original parameters. David felt the familiar weight of protecting his community's stability by withholding information that might fundamentally alter their understanding of their situation. Vault Tech protocols included various contingency planning requirements, David responded, drawing on his knowledge of actual procedures while avoiding specific details that might lead to further questions. Many of those protocols involved theoretical planning scenarios rather than active external communication. The documentation you found likely reflects administrative compliance with corporate requirements rather than actual operational activities. Dr. Kim accepted this explanation with the professional courtesy she showed all administrative guidance, but David could see her scholarly instincts weren't entirely satisfied. Her research methods were too thorough and her analytical skills too sharp to be completely deflected by administrative explanations that didn't address the underlying patterns she had identified. "I appreciate the clarification," she said, closing the folders while maintaining the respectful tone that characterized her interactions with Vault leadership. "I'll continue my analysis with these contexts in mind. Perhaps some of the patterns I've identified will make more sense as I develop a better understanding of Vault-Tech's administrative requirements." As David returned to his office following the meeting with Dr. Kim, he reflected on the impossible balance he was required to maintain. Every day brought new evidence of their community's success and residents' contentment. Yet that same success made the ethical complexity of their situation more challenging rather than easier to navigate. The afternoon brought routine administrative responsibilities that provided temporary respite from the larger questions about their community's future. Budget reviews confirmed their continued resource self-sufficiency. Personnel evaluations documented residents' professional development and personal satisfaction. Maintenance schedules verified their system's reliable operation. The familiar details of competent governance offered comfort through their concrete, manageable scope. His evening walk through the residential sections revealed the daily life that justified all the complex decisions about information management and community protection. Families gathered for dinner in the common areas, their conversations animated by the day's activities and shared interests. Children played games that exercised both their minds and bodies, their laughter echoing through corridors that had never known the violence or desperation that characterized much of the surface world. Elder Martinez, whose wisdom had guided the community through multiple leadership transitions, invited David to join him for their weekly chess game in the recreation area. Their matches had become a valued tradition, providing both mental stimulation and opportunity for the kind of thoughtful conversation that David's isolated position rarely allowed. Dr. Kim mentioned she's been conducting interesting research into our community's historical development, Martinez observed, as they arranged the chess pieces for their game. Her work apparently reveals fascinating patterns in how we've adapted to our unique circumstances. David recognized Martinez's comment as the kind of gentle probing that characterized the Elder's approach to complex subjects. Rather than directly questioning vault policies, Martinez would introduce topics that allowed natural discussion of potentially sensitive matters, providing opportunities for guidance or clarification as needed. Her research has been quite valuable, David replied, making his opening move while considering how much information to share. She's developed insights into our community development that could be useful for long-term planning purposes. Martinez nodded thoughtfully, studying the board while continuing their conversation. Long-term planning raises interesting questions about our community's future direction. We've achieved remarkable stability and prosperity, but I sometimes wonder whether our success creates new responsibilities to consider our role in the broader world's recovery. This observation reflected the kind of sophisticated thinking that made Martinez a valued community elder, but it also touched directly on the fundamental questions that David faced daily. How long could their isolation be justified by the stability and happiness it provided? At what point did their success create obligations to share their achievements with the struggling surface world? Those are complex questions that require careful consideration, David responded, his chest move reflecting the same cautious approach he brought to all potentially sensitive discussions. Our primary responsibility is to our residents' welfare and security, but I appreciate the broader perspective you're suggesting. Their chess game continued with the measured pace that allowed thoughtful consideration of both moves and conversation. Martinez's questions reflected not criticism of current policies, but the kind of philosophical exploration that characterized his approach to community issues, examining questions from multiple perspectives to develop deeper understanding rather than rushing toward immediate answers. I've been thinking about the young people in our community, Martinez continued as their game progressed. They're developing remarkable capabilities through our educational programs, but they have no opportunity to apply those skills beyond our immediate environment. Sometimes I wonder whether we're doing them justice by limiting their horizons to our underground world. Martinez's observation touched on one of David's most persistent concerns about their continued isolation. The educational success that represented one of their community's greatest achievements also raised questions about whether their young people deserved opportunities to contribute to the broader world's recovery and development. Their education provides them with meaningful work and intellectual satisfaction within our community, David replied, though he recognized the limitations of his own argument even while making it. They are able to pursue research and development projects that might not be possible in the harsh conditions of surface existence. Martinez accepted this perspective while gently introducing additional considerations. True, but they're also deprived of the broader human experience that comes from engaging with diverse communities and facing the challenges that drive innovation and personal growth. There's something to be said for the value of struggle and uncertainty in developing human character. As their chess game concluded with Martinez's characteristic gracious victory, David found himself contemplating questions that had no easy answers. Their community's success was undeniable, but success itself created new challenges about responsibility, opportunity, and the meaning of human fulfillment. That evening, David returned to his private study to review the archived communications that documented the decisions leading to their continued isolation. His predecessor's careful notes revealed the same ethical struggle David now faced, balancing the concrete benefits of their protected existence against the abstract possibilities of surface engagement. The communications revealed that the surface world had indeed shown interest in their community's achievements, with various groups requesting information about their agricultural innovations, educational methods, and social organization. The decision to maintain isolation hadn't been based on surface hostility or inability to provide protection, but on the judgment that their residents' current happiness and security outweighed uncertain benefits of external engagement. Reading these historical documents, David understood that his predecessor had faced the same impossible choice he now confronted. Every day of continued isolation preserved their residents' immediate welfare while potentially depriving them of broader opportunities and responsibilities. Every consideration of ending their isolation risked undermining the stability and achievements that made their community valuable in the first place. The following days brought increased attention to Dr. Kim's research as she continued developing her analysis of community development patterns. Her scholarly enthusiasm was evident in department meetings, where she shared insights about their social organization and technical achievements, but David noticed her questions becoming more specific about timeline issues and external contact protocols. "I've been trying to understand the relationship between our community's remarkable stability and the broader post-war recovery patterns," she mentioned during one department meeting. "Our achievements seem to exceed what would be expected from a completely isolated population, which suggests either exceptional design parameters or some form of external guidance that isn't reflected in our standard historical documentation." Dr. Kim's observation demonstrated the analytical sophistication that made her research valuable, while bringing her closer to discoveries that could destabilize their carefully maintained community understanding. David recognized that her scholarly integrity would eventually lead her to conclusions that would require either satisfying explanations or access to the classified information he had been protecting. That afternoon, David made a decision that represented a fundamental shift in his approach to the ethical challenges of his position. Rather than continuing to deflect Dr. Kim's inquiries with administrative explanations, he would trust her with the truth and enlist her help in addressing the complex questions about their community's future. "Dr. Kim," he said, requesting a private meeting in his secured office, "I believe your research has reached a point where you deserve complete information about our community's situation. What I'm about to share with you will fundamentally change your understanding of our vault's history and current circumstances." Dr. Kim's expression reflected both curiosity and concern as David activated the additional security measures that protected his most sensitive files. Her scholarly instincts had prepared her for significant revelations, but the scope of what David was about to reveal would challenge everything she thought she knew about their community's purpose and future. "Our vault was designed as a 25-year isolation experiment," David began, opening the classified files that contained their true operational history. "That experiment officially ended 12 years ago, but the decision was made to continue our isolation because of the success we had achieved and uncertainty about surface conditions. Everything you've observed about timeline discrepancies and external contact protocols reflects this reality." Dr. Kim studied the documents David provided, her expression cycling through surprise, understanding, and the kind of complex consideration that characterized her approach to challenging information. Rather than responding with immediate judgment, she took time to process the implications of what she had learned. "So our community's success is both genuine and artificially maintained," she observed, after carefully reviewing the historical documentation. "We've achieved remarkable stability and prosperity, but only by remaining isolated from the broader world that could potentially benefit from our achievements." David nodded appreciation for her sophisticated understanding of their situation's complexity. "Exactly. Every day we continue our isolation preserves our residents' happiness and security, while potentially depriving the surface world of innovations and expertise that could aid their recovery. The decision isn't between right and wrong choices, but between different kinds of responsibility and different definitions of community service." Dr. Kim's response reflected the scholarly approach that had made her valuable to their community. Rather than demanding immediate action or condemning past decisions, she began analyzing their situation with the same methodical thoroughness she brought to all complex problems. We need to gather more information about current surface conditions and opportunities for meaningful engagement, she suggested. Our decisions should be based on accurate understanding of what we could contribute and what risks we would face, rather than assumptions about surface world conditions that may be outdated. This conversation marked the beginning of a collaborative approach to questions that David had been wrestling with alone for years. Dr. Kim's analytical skills and objective perspective provided exactly the kind of expertise needed to evaluate their community's options without the emotional burden that had complicated his own decision-making processes. Over the following weeks, they worked together to develop a comprehensive assessment of their community's situation, carefully reviewing both their internal achievements and the limited information available about surface world conditions. The analysis revealed that their residents had indeed developed capabilities and innovations that could contribute meaningfully to broader recovery efforts, while also confirming that their isolation had provided benefits that would be difficult to replicate in surface conditions. The ethical complexity of their situation became clearer rather than simpler as their analysis progressed. Their community represented a remarkable success story that demonstrated humanity's potential for rebuilding civilization, but that success had been achieved through conditions that isolated them from the struggling populations who could most benefit from their achievement. I think we need to consider a gradual approach, Dr. Kim suggested after completing their initial analysis. Rather than choosing between complete isolation and full integration, we could explore limited engagement that allows us to share our innovations while maintaining the stability that makes us valuable in the first place. David found this suggestion both practical and ethically satisfying. Instead of making an irreversible decision based on incomplete information, they could develop connections with the surface world that allowed informed choices about their community's future, while preserving the achievements that made those choices meaningful. The implementation of this approach required careful planning and gradual community preparation. Rather than suddenly revealing their situation to residents who had lived their entire lives believing in their complete isolation, David and Dr. Kim developed a process for gradually introducing broader perspectives on their community's role and responsibilities. Community meetings began, including discussions about theoretical scenarios involving surface contact, allowing residents to explore their thoughts and feelings about potential changes without the pressure of immediate decision-making. Educational programs started incorporating more comprehensive information about surface world recovery efforts, providing context for understanding their community's potential contributions. The response from residents reflected the thoughtful consideration that characterized their community's approach to all significant questions. Rather than panicking about potential changes or blindly accepting whatever leadership proposed, residents engaged in serious discussion about responsibilities, opportunities, and the values that should guide their community's future decisions. Young adults like Alex Patterson expressed excitement about potential opportunities to apply their skills in broader contexts, while elders like Martinez emphasized the importance of preserving the stability and achievements that made their community valuable. The generational perspectives weren't conflicting but complementary, providing a balanced approach to considering their options. As months passed, the gradual process of community education and discussion created a foundation for informed decision-making about their future. Residents developed sophisticated understanding of both their achievements and their isolation, enabling them to participate meaningfully in choices about their community's direction. The first tentative contacts with surface communities revealed both opportunities and challenges that validated their cautious approach. Their agricultural innovations and educational methods generated significant interest from recovering settlements. But the complexity of surface politics and resource competition confirmed that engagement would require careful management to preserve their community's values and stability. David found that sharing the burden of knowledge and decision-making with Dr. Kim, and gradually with the broader community, had transformed his understanding of leadership responsibility. Rather than protecting residents from difficult truths, he was enabling them to participate in the complex choices that would define their future. The evening routine in his private study took on a different character as it evolved from solitary burden into collaborative planning. The classified files that had once represented secrets to be protected now served as historical context for decisions being made collectively by residents who understood both their achievements and their responsibility. Looking back over his years as overseer, David recognized that the transition from secret-keeping to shared responsibility represented not just a change in policy, but a fundamental evolution in his understanding of community leadership. The residents of Vault 1012 had proven capable of handling complex truths and making sophisticated decisions about their future, validating his trust in their judgment and wisdom. The path forward remained uncertain, but it would be chosen by a community that understood both the value of what they had achieved and the possibilities for contributing to humanity's broader recovery. Whether they chose continued isolation, gradual engagement, or full integration with the surface world, their decision would be informed by truth rather than constrained by hidden knowledge. As David completed his evening review of community activities, he felt the quiet satisfaction that came from leadership challenges met with integrity and wisdom. The secrets he had once carried alone had been transformed into shared knowledge that enabled collective decision-making, creating a stronger foundation for whatever future his community chose to build. The monitoring screens in his office now displayed not just operational data, but information about a community prepared to make its own choices about its role in the recovering world. The weight of solitary decision-making had been replaced by the responsibility of facilitating community wisdom, a burden that felt both lighter and more meaningful than the isolation he had previously endured. Vault 112 hummed quietly around him, its residents resting peacefully, while prepared for whatever challenges and opportunities their collective choices might bring. The future remained unwritten, but it would be authored by a community that understood both its achievements and its responsibilities, guided by truth rather than constrained by protective deceptions. Miles away from the ethical complexities of Vault 112, another underground community prepares for their most momentous day in 2 centuries. Join us next for The Last Day. The final dawn for Vault 8 arrived with the same gentle illumination that had marked every morning for the past 2 centuries. But today, the soft amber glow of the Vault's lighting system carried significance that transformed even the most routine activities into moments of historical importance. Overseer Elena Rodriguez stood in the entrance chamber, watching the massive countdown display that had been installed months earlier, its digits now showing less than 18 hours until the vault door would open for the first time, since their ancestors had sealed themselves away from the nuclear devastation that had consumed the world above. The entrance chamber had been transformed over recent weeks, from a rarely visited structural necessity into the focal point of their community's most significant transition. Where once only maintenance personnel and security teams had reason to visit this austere space, now it bustled with activity, as residents made final preparations for their emergence into a surface world none of them had ever experienced. Ceremonial displays honored their vault's history, while practical staging areas organized the essential equipment and supplies they would carry into their new life above ground. Elena moved through the chamber with measured steps, her attention divided between the countdown timer and the careful preparations that surrounded her. The weight of 2 centuries of anticipation pressed down on her shoulders as she considered the magnitude of what was about to occur. Every overseer before her had worked toward this moment. Every generation had prepared for this transition. Every system and procedure had been designed to ensure their community's successful emergence when the time finally arrived. Yet as she observed the final preparations, Eleanor couldn't shake the growing concern that had been building over recent days as technical assessments revealed problems that could compromise their ability to fulfill their intended role in the surface world's recovery. The irony was bitter. After 2 centuries of successful preparation, they might emerge less capable of helping rebuild civilization than their designers had intended. The morning briefing with her senior staff took place in the administrative conference room, where department heads gathered to review the final status reports that would determine their community's readiness for emergence. Chief Engineer Torres spread technical diagrams across the conference table, his expression carrying the professional concern of someone who had discovered problems that couldn't be solved within their remaining timeline. The surface preparation systems are showing more extensive degradation than our initial assessments indicated, Torres reported, his voice carrying the measured tone of someone delivering difficult news. The atmospheric processes that were supposed to help establish clean air zones have lost seal integrity over the decades. The water purification equipment designed for surface deployment has critical component failures that we lack the parts to repair. Eleanor studied the technical reports while processing the implications of what Torres was telling her. Vault 8 had been designed not merely as a shelter for their community, but as a foundation for surface world recovery, equipped with advanced systems that would allow them to establish clean environments and support other survivors emerging from their own shelters. The failure of these systems didn't threaten their own survival, but could significantly limit their ability to fulfill their intended mission. "What's our assessment of core community systems?" Elena asked, focusing on the capabilities they would need for their own survival while processing the larger implications of their reduced capacity to help others. "Personal life support equipment is functioning within acceptable parameters," Torres replied, consulting another set of technical specifications. "Environmental suits, portable shelters, communication equipment. Everything we need for our community's immediate survival is operational. The problems are primarily with the larger systems designed to support extended surface operations and assistance to other communities." Educational Director Martinez added her assessment of their community's readiness from a human perspective. "Our residents have completed all preparation protocols for surface transition. They understand the risks and procedures. They've practiced with the equipment, and they've demonstrated remarkable adaptability to the training scenarios we've implemented. From a preparedness standpoint, our people are ready." Eleanor appreciated Martinez's confirmation that their community was prepared for the transition, but the technical limitations Torres had identified created complex questions about their responsibilities to the broader recovery effort. Their emergence had been planned not just as their own liberation, but as a contribution to humanity's larger rebuilding process. "How long would repairs take if we delayed the opening?" Elena asked, knowing the answer might not matter given the automated systems that controlled their emergence timeline. Torres shook his head regretfully. "Even with our full technical capabilities, we're looking at months of work, and that assumes we can fabricate replacement parts for systems that use pre-war technology we don't fully understand. The vault's automated opening sequence begins in 16 hours, and our control systems don't include options for postponing the scheduled emergence." This revelation added another layer of complexity to their situation. The vault's designers had built in safeguards to prevent communities from indefinitely postponing their emergence. But those same safeguards now forced them to proceed with an opening that would leave them less capable of fulfilling their intended mission than their creators had envisioned. Eleanor dismissed the staff meeting with instructions to continue final preparations while she took time to process the difficult decisions their situation required. The administrative level's corridors were filled with residents carrying personal belongings toward the staging areas, their faces reflecting the mixture of excitement and apprehension that accompanied humanity's most significant transition. She paused to observe families making final selections of what to take from their underground homes, choosing items that held personal significance while accepting that most of their possessions would remain behind in the vault that had protected them for 2 centuries. Children who had been born and raised in the safety of their underground community handled unfamiliar equipment with the careful attention their parents had taught them, preparing for a surface world that existed for them only in educational programs and training simulations. The vault's central library had become a staging area for the knowledge preservation efforts that would ensure their community's intellectual achievements survived the transition. Librarian Chen supervised the careful packing of essential documents, technical manuals, and cultural records that represented 2 centuries of human development within their protected environment. We're prioritizing materials that will be most useful for surface operations, Chen explained as Eleanor observed the selection process. Technical documentation, medical references, agricultural guides, everything that could help us establish productive operations in the surface world. The cultural materials and historical records will be preserved in the vault's archives for future reference. Eleanor appreciated the thoughtful approach Chen's team had taken to knowledge preservation, but she also recognized the poignancy of decisions that reflected the end of their vault's role as a comprehensive repository of human civilization. The transition to surface life would necessarily involve focusing on practical survival and productivity, rather than the broad intellectual pursuits that had flourished in their protected environment. The residential sections revealed the emotional complexity of their community's transition as Elena conducted her final walk through the areas that had been home to 8 generations of vault dwellers. Families gathered in common areas to share meals and memories, their conversations mixing excitement about surface opportunities with sadness about leaving the only home they had ever known. Young Alex Patterson, now a technical specialist in his own right, worked with a group of teenagers to prepare portable equipment for their surface operations. Their enthusiasm for the adventure ahead was infectious, but Elena could also see the uncertainty in their eyes as they contemplated leaving the safety and familiarity of their underground world. "Are you ready for the surface?" Elena asked, genuinely curious about the perspective of someone who had never known anything but vault life. "I think so," Alex replied, his honesty reflecting the thoughtful character that had made him a valued community member. "The training programs have prepared us for the practical aspects, but I keep wondering what it will feel like to see the sky for the first time, to experience weather, to be part of a world where the walls don't define the boundaries of everything we'll ever know." Elena nodded, understanding of Alex's mixed feelings. The surface world offered opportunities and experiences that their vault life had never provided, but it also represented uncertainty and challenges that their protected environment had never required them to face. The transition would test every aspect of their preparation and adaptability. The hydroponics sections that had fed their community for 2 centuries were being carefully prepared for shutdown, their sophisticated growing systems destined to remain dormant until some future community might discover and reactivate them. Chief Botanist Williams supervised the final harvest, ensuring that nothing useful would be wasted while preserving seed stocks that could establish surface agriculture if conditions permitted. 200 years of agricultural development, Williams observed as Elena joined him in reviewing the final preparations. We've created growing systems that could feed populations far larger than our own community, but we'll be leaving all of that behind to start over with basic surface farming techniques. Elena recognized the melancholy in William's voice as he contemplated abandoning the agricultural achievements that had been his life's work. The transition to surface life would require relearning basic survival skills that their sophisticated vault systems had made unnecessary, potentially leaving behind innovations that could have benefited the broader world's recovery efforts. The engineering sections revealed the magnitude of infrastructure they would be abandoning as they transitioned to surface life. The fusion reactor that had provided unlimited clean energy, the water processing systems that had recycled every molecule of moisture with perfect efficiency, the atmospheric controls that had maintained optimal air quality for 2 centuries, all of it would be left behind as they adapted to the resource limitations and environmental challenges of surface existence. Chief Engineer Torres met Elena in the reactor control room, where monitoring displays showed the systematic shutdown procedures that would place their vault systems in standby mode rather than permanent deactivation. The careful process reflected the hope that their community might someday return, or that other survivors might discover and utilize their technological achievements. The reactor will maintain minimum power for essential systems, Torres explained, reviewing the shutdown protocols they had developed. Communication equipment, atmospheric controls, basic lighting, enough to preserve the vault's integrity and allow possible future reactivation. If surface conditions prove unsuitable, we could theoretically return, though I don't think anyone expects that to happen. Ellen appreciated Torres' thorough approach to the shutdown procedures, but she also recognized the symbolism of maintaining systems that would likely never be used again. The vault had been designed as a temporary shelter during humanity's recovery from nuclear devastation, but it had become home to 8 generations who had known no other world. As afternoon progressed toward evening, Elena made her way to the vault's highest level, where observation equipment had been installed to monitor surface conditions before their emergence. The screens showed a world that bore little resemblance to the devastated wasteland their ancestors had fled, but also revealed an environment that would challenge their community's adaptation in ways their vault training had never fully prepared them for. The surface world displayed signs of natural recovery that exceeded their most optimistic projections. Vegetation had returned to areas that had been completely barren in the years immediately following the nuclear exchange. Water sources showed reduced radiation levels that suggested environmental healing had progressed further than their models had predicted. Wildlife populations had apparently adapted and were beginning to re-establish ecological balance in many regions. Yet the same observations that confirmed environmental recovery also revealed the absence of large-scale human civilization that their emergence had been designed to support. The surface world appeared to be populated by small, scattered communities, struggling with basic survival, rather than the recovering society their vault had been equipped to assist. With advanced technology and organizational expertise, Elena contemplated the implications of emerging into a world that had recovered differently than their planners had anticipated. Their community's strengths lay in technological sophistication and social organization that had been developed for supporting large-scale recovery efforts, but the actual surface world appeared to need basic survival assistance and small-scale community building, rather than the advanced infrastructure support they were prepared to provide. As evening approached and the countdown timer showed less than 12 hours until the scheduled opening, Elena convened her senior staff for a final planning session that would determine their community's initial approach to surface life. The conference room that had hosted countless planning meetings over the decades now served as the venue for decisions that would shape their community's future in ways none of them could fully anticipate. We need to accept that the surface world is different from what we expected, Elena began, her tone carrying the realistic assessment that had characterized her leadership throughout the preparation process. Our technological advantages are significant, but they may not be as immediately useful as we hoped. We'll need to adapt our plans to focus on basic community building and survival support rather than large-scale infrastructure development. Chief Engineer Torres nodded agreement with Eleanor's assessment. Our portable equipment and technical expertise will still be valuable, but we may need to think smaller scale initially. Individual community assistance rather than regional development projects, personal survival support rather than large-scale environmental restoration. Educational Director Martinez offered perspective on their community's adaptability. Our residents have been prepared for uncertainty and change. They understand that surface life will require flexibility and learning. The strong social bonds and problem-solving skills we've developed will serve us well, regardless of the specific challenges we encounter. The discussion continued as they refined their emergent strategy to reflect the realities of the surface world they would be entering. Rather than the comprehensive recovery mission they had originally planned, they would focus on establishing their own sustainable community, while gradually developing relationships with surface survivors who could benefit from their knowledge and assistance. As the final hours approached, Elena found herself alone in the overseer's office, reviewing the records that documented 2 centuries of community development and preparation. The walls displayed photographs of previous overseers who had guided their community through various challenges, each contributing to the foundation that had made their successful emergence possible. The responsibility of leading their community through this historic transition felt both overwhelming and natural, representing the culmination of everything her predecessors had worked toward, while requiring leadership skills that no amount of Vault experience could have fully prepared her for. She would be guiding her people not just through a physical transition, but through a fundamental transformation of their identity, from protected survivors to active participants in the surface world's recovery. The final hours passed with surprising speed, as Elena completed her last responsibilities as overseer of an isolated community. She reviewed the final status reports that confirmed their readiness for emergence, signed the official documents that would remain in the Vault's archives as records of their departure, and prepared the personal items she would carry into their new life above ground. The entrance chamber filled with residents as the countdown timer approached its final minutes, their faces reflecting the mixture of anticipation and solemnity appropriate to such a momentous occasion. 8 generations of preparation had led to this moment, and every resident understood that they were participating in an event that would reshape not only their own lives, but potentially the future of human recovery from nuclear devastation. Eleanor took her position at the control console that would initiate their emergence sequence, her hand resting on the activation controls that would begin the process of opening their vault to the surface world. The massive door mechanism hadn't operated in 2 centuries, but diagnostic systems confirmed that all components remained functional despite the decades of dormancy. Citizens of Vault 8, Eleanor addressed her community, her voice carrying throughout the chamber via the intercom system that had connected their underground world for 2 centuries. We stand at the threshold of the future, our ancestors envisioned when they sealed these doors to protect us from nuclear devastation. Today, we emerge not as refugees seeking shelter, but as citizens ready to contribute to humanity's recovery and renewal. The countdown timer reached 0, and Elena activated the opening sequence that began the slow, ceremonial process of unsealing their vault. Mechanical systems that had remained dormant for 2 centuries responded smoothly to the activation commands, their operation testament to the engineering excellence that had protected their community through 8 generations of underground existence. The massive door moved with surprising grace despite its enormous weight, its motion revealing the first glimpse of surface world that any current resident had ever experienced. Sunlight, actual sunlight, rather than the artificial illumination that had defined their world, streamed through the widening opening, creating patterns of light and shadow that transformed the familiar entrance chamber into something entirely new. The air that entered their vault carried scents none of them had ever experienced. The complex mixture of growing vegetation, mineral earth, and atmospheric humidity that characterized the natural world. For residents who had known only the carefully controlled atmosphere of their underground community, these new sensations represented their first direct contact with the planetary environment their ancestors had fled. Eleanor stepped forward to become the first resident to cross the threshold between their vault and the surface world, her movement carrying symbolic significance for the community she led. As her feet touched ground that had been exposed to natural sunlight and weather for 2 centuries, she felt the weight of history and responsibility that came with leading humanity's return to the surface world. The landscape that greeted them bore little resemblance to the devastated wasteland their educational programs had prepared them to expect. Instead of barren destruction, they emerged into a world where nature had reclaimed much of the area surrounding their vault, creating a natural environment that was both beautiful and challenging in ways their underground existence had never required them to consider. The surface world stretched before them, with horizons that seemed impossibly distant to people who had spent their entire lives within the confined spaces of their vault. The sky extended in all directions without the comforting boundaries of walls and ceilings, while the sun provided warmth and illumination that carried subtle variations their artificial lighting had never replicated. As the entire community emerged from their underground home, Elena watched their faces transform with wonder and uncertainty as they encountered their first direct experience of the natural world. Children who had learned about weather in educational programs now felt actual wind moving across their skin, while adults who had studied surface survival techniques now faced the practical reality of existing in an environment that operated according to natural laws rather than engineered systems. The first hours of their surface existence were devoted to establishing basic security and shelter, using the portable equipment they had prepared for their emergence. Their technical expertise proved valuable as they quickly established communication systems, deployed portable shelters, and began the systematic process of adapting to environmental conditions that were simultaneously more benign and more challenging than they had anticipated. Eleanor stood on a small rise overlooking the area where her community was establishing their first surface settlement, watching as 2 centuries of preparation translated into practical action. The vault that had been their home remained visible behind them, its entrance now sealed but not locked, representing not abandonment but graduation from protected existence to active participation in the world's recovery. The surface world offered challenges and opportunities that no amount of vault training could have fully prepared them for, but it also provided possibilities for growth and contribution that their protected existence had never allowed. As Elena watched her community adapt to their new environment with the competence and cooperation that had characterized their vault society, She felt confidence that they would succeed in their mission of contributing to humanity's recovery. The sun set on their first day of surface existence with the same gentle beauty that had marked every sunset for centuries. But now Eleanor and her community could experience that beauty directly, rather than through educational programs and monitoring systems. Their emergence had been successful not because everything had gone according to plan, but because they had brought the skills and values that made adaptation possible. As night fell over their new settlement, Elena reflected on the journey that had brought them from the safety of their vault to the uncertainty and promise of surface life. They had left behind the technological achievements and physical comfort of their underground home, but they had brought with them the knowledge, skills, and social bonds that would allow them to build new communities and contribute to the broader work of human recovery. The vault would remain as a monument to their ancestors' wisdom and their community's successful preparation for this transition. But their future lay in the surface world, where they could apply their achievements to the larger project of rebuilding human civilization on foundations of cooperation, knowledge, and hope. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as they continued adapting to surface life and began reaching out to other communities who could benefit from their knowledge and assistance. Their emergence marked not the end of their story, but the beginning of a new chapter in humanity's recovery from nuclear devastation, writ by people who had preserved the best of human achievement while preparing to face an uncertain but promising future. As the Commonwealth settles into another night of scattered communities struggling to rebuild, far beneath the earth in Vault 144, a young man inherits responsibilities that will test his understanding of justice and tradition. Join us next for the inherited burden. The soft hum of medical equipment filled the overseer's quarters in Vault 144 as 25-year-old Marcus Rodriguez maintained his vigil beside his father's bedside, watching the steady rhythm of machines that monitored vital signs and provided life support following the stroke that had suddenly ended 40 years of distinguished leadership. The room that had served as both family residence and administrative center for nearly half a century now carried the hushed atmosphere of transition, as the community's longest-serving overseer lay unconscious while his son prepared to assume responsibilities he had never expected to inherit so soon. Dr. Sarah Chen completed her evening examination with the careful thoroughness that had made her the vault's most trusted medical authority, her expression reflecting professional competence tempered by personal concern for a family she had known throughout Marcus's entire life. The medical equipment displayed stable readings that offered hope for eventual recovery, but the timeline remained uncertain, creating a leadership vacuum that required immediate attention, despite the emotional difficulty of the circumstances. His condition remained stable, Dr. Chen reported, her voice carrying the measured tone appropriate for delivering medical updates to both family and community leadership. The initial crisis has passed, but recovery from this type of stroke typically requires months rather than weeks. His cognitive function may return gradually, but we cannot predict when he might be able to resume active duties. Marcus nodded understanding while processing the implications of Dr. Chen's assessment. The vault's administrative structure required active leadership for daily operations that couldn't be postponed pending his father's recovery. Resource allocation decisions, conflict resolution, system maintenance approvals, hundreds of routine choices that affected the daily lives of their 300 residents needed someone with overseer authority to ensure continued community stability. The Council of Elders is prepared to support your transition, Dr. Chen continued, her tone reflecting both sympathy for his personal situation and confidence in his ability to meet the challenge. Your father spent years preparing you for eventual leadership, and the community has watched you grow into someone worthy of their trust. The circumstances aren't what anyone would have chosen, but you're ready for this responsibility. Marcus appreciated Dr. Chen's encouragement, but he also understood that theoretical preparation differed significantly from the practical reality of making decisions that affected an entire community's welfare. His father's leadership had appeared effortless from the outside, but Marcus was beginning to appreciate the complexity of judgments that had seemed routine when observed from his position as the overseer's son, rather than the person responsible for making them. The transition meeting with the Council of Elders took place in the Vault's administrative conference room, where community leaders had gathered to formally acknowledge Marcus's assumption of overseer responsibilities and provide the institutional support necessary for effective governance. Elder Martinez, whose wisdom had guided the community through multiple challenges over the decades, led the discussion with the measured approach that had made him a respected voice in Vault affairs. Your father's leadership has provided our community with stability and prosperity that few Vaults have achieved, Martinez began, his tone carrying both respect for the previous overseer and confidence in his successor. The systems and relationships he established create a strong foundation for your leadership, but you'll also face unique challenges that require your own judgment and approach. Marcus recognized Martinez's careful phrasing as acknowledgement of the community dynamics that had shaped his father's leadership style, including decisions about resource allocation and family relationships that had maintained peace through methods that might not align with Marcus's own understanding of fairness and justice. The elder was diplomatically indicating that transition to new leadership would inevitably involve examining established policies and potentially implementing changes. Elder Thompson, who represented the engineering families that had been essential to the Vault's technical success, offered his perspective on the practical aspects of leadership transition. The community's infrastructure and daily operations continue functioning smoothly because your father established excellent protocols and trained competent staff. You won't need to reinvent every system, but you will need to understand them well enough to make informed decisions when situations arise that require overseer judgment. This observation helped Marcus focus on the immediate practical requirements of his new role, rather than the overwhelming scope of long-term leadership responsibilities. He could learn the position gradually while relying on established systems and experienced advisors, building competence through experience rather than trying to master everything immediately. Elder Kim, whose family had maintained the Vault's educational programs throughout multiple generations, addressed the community relations aspects of leadership transition. Your generation sees our community through different eyes than your father's generation did. Fresh perspectives can be valuable, but change should be implemented thoughtfully to preserve the stability and relationships that make our community successful. Marcus understood Kim's gentle warning about balancing innovation with tradition, particularly given his growing awareness of resource allocation policies that had maintained community harmony through methods that didn't fully align with his personal sense of justice. The challenge would be identifying areas where change could improve community welfare without disrupting the social bonds that made their isolated society function effectively. Following the formal transition meeting, Marcus spent his first evening as overseer in his father's private study, examining the detailed records that documented 4 decades of leadership decisions and community management. The room reflected his father's methodical approach to administration, with filing systems that tracked everything from individual family resource allocations to long-term infrastructure planning, creating a comprehensive picture of Vault operations that few residents fully understood. The files revealed the complexity of managing a community that housed multiple families from different pre-war backgrounds, each bringing distinct cultural traditions and expectations about fairness, authority, and resource distribution. Marcus's father had maintained harmony by developing allocation systems that balanced these different perspectives, but the records showed that balance had been achieved through compromises that favored some families over others in ways that weren't immediately apparent to casual observation. The Martinez family, which had provided leadership in educational and cultural activities, received slightly larger resource allocations that reflected their contributions to community welfare, but also their influence in community decision-making. The Thompson family's technical expertise had earned them access to specialized equipment and workshop space that other families didn't receive. The Kim family's historical role in vault administration had resulted in housing assignments and facility access that created subtle but meaningful advantages. Marcus studied these allocation patterns while trying to understand his father's reasoning for decisions that appeared to institutionalize inequality, despite the vault's official commitment to treating all residents fairly. The records included his father's private notes that explained the logic behind policies that balanced practical necessity against idealistic principles, creating stability through managed inequality, rather than risking conflict through absolute equality. The community functions because everyone has a meaningful role and receives fair treatment within that role, one note explained. But fair treatment doesn't always mean identical treatment. Families that contribute more to community welfare naturally receive recognition through resource allocation that reflects their value to our collective success. This philosophy troubled Marcus because it suggested that fairness was determined by contribution rather than need, creating a hierarchy that rewarded families for circumstances that were partially beyond individual control. Technical expertise, leadership capability, and cultural knowledge were valuable to community welfare, but there were also inherited advantages that created systematic inequality across generations. The following morning brought Marcus's first full day of overseer responsibilities, beginning with department reports that required his review and approval. The hydroponic agricultural systems had achieved record production levels, but the surplus was distributed according to allocation formulas that provided larger shares to families whose historical contributions had earned them preferential treatment. The educational programs continued producing excellent results, but advanced training opportunities were concentrated among children from families with established influence in community affairs. Engineering Chief Thompson submitted routine maintenance reports that revealed how resource allocation affected even basic infrastructure decisions. Families with larger allocations received priority for housing repairs and system upgrades, while families with standard allocations waited longer for similar services, despite having equivalent need for maintenance support. The policies weren't officially discriminatory, but their practical implementation created meaningful differences in living conditions. Marcus's discomfort with these patterns intensified when he reviewed the conflict resolution records that documented how disputes between families were handled. Cases involving families with larger resource allocations were resolved more quickly and with more favorable outcomes than similar disputes involving families with standard allocation. The process wasn't explicitly biased, but the informal influence that came with preferential resource treatment created advantages that affected all aspects of community life. The situation came to a head during his second week as overseer, when Elder Martinez formally requested a meeting to discuss resource allocation policies, bringing concerns that had apparently been developing for some time but had been held in check by respect for his father's leadership. Martinez arrived at the meeting accompanied by several residents whose families had been affected by the current allocation system. Overseer Rodriguez, Martinez began with the respectful but firm tone he used for addressing serious community issues. We appreciate the stability your father's leadership provided. but some of his policies have created inequalities that are becoming more difficult to justify as our community has grown and prospered. We'd like to discuss whether changes might be appropriate under your leadership. Marcus had been anticipating this conversation since discovering the extent of the allocation disparities, but actually facing community pressure for change created anxiety about disrupting systems that had maintained peace for decades. His father's approach had worked, even if the methods didn't align perfectly with Marcus's personal values about fairness and equality. "What specific concerns do you want to address?" Marcus asked, genuinely wanting to understand the community's perspective while also buying time to develop his own position on these complex issues. Martinez consulted notes he had prepared for the meeting, his systematic approach reflecting the careful consideration he brought to all community matters. Housing assignments that provide some families with larger spaces despite similar family sizes. Workshop access that gives certain residents priority for equipment and materials. Educational opportunities that concentrate advanced training among children from established families. Food distribution that provides surplus allocation based on historical contribution rather than current need. Each item Martinez mentioned represented policies Marcus had discovered in his father's records, but hearing them described from the perspective of affected residents made their unfairness more concrete and immediate. These weren't abstract administrative decisions, but daily realities that affected how families lived, worked, and planned for their children's future. These policies were implemented to recognize contribution and maintain community stability, Marcus replied, drawing on his father's documented reasoning, while recognizing that explanation might not satisfy residents who experience the negative effects. The question is whether we can address legitimate concerns about fairness without disrupting the social bonds that make our community successful. Martinez nodded appreciation for Marcus's thoughtful response while maintaining his advocacy for change. "We're not asking for revolutionary transformation, but gradual adjustment toward policies that treat families more equitably, while still recognizing valuable contributions. The community has grown stronger over the decades, and we may be able to maintain stability with fairer distribution than was possible when your father established these systems." This observation offered Marcus a framework for approaching the reform challenge that balanced his personal values with practical concerns about community stability. Rather than choosing between his father's approach and dramatic change, he could develop gradual reforms that moved toward greater fairness, while preserving the social cohesion that made their isolated community viable. The conversation continued with detailed discussion of specific policy areas where changes might be implemented without creating disruption or resentment among families who had benefited from the current system. The process required delicate balance between addressing legitimate grievances and maintaining relationships with residents whose support was essential for effective leadership. "I propose we establish a review committee that includes representatives from all family groups," Marcus suggested, trying to create a collaborative approach that would build consensus rather than imposing change through administrative authority. "We can examine each policy area systematically, developing reforms that address fairness concerns while maintaining community stability." Martinez and the other residents responded positively to this suggestion, appreciating both the commitment to reform and the inclusive process that would allow all families to participate in developing solutions. The approach reflected Marcus's emerging leadership style, which emphasized consensus building and gradual change rather than the more hierarchical decision-making that had characterized his father's administration. The review committee met weekly over the following months, creating a forum for community discussion about policies that had previously been established through administrative decision without broad input. The process revealed that most residents supported reform in principle, but different families had varying priorities about which changes were most important and how quickly they should be implemented. The Housing Assignment Review generated the most extensive discussion, with families currently enjoying larger spaces expressing concern about potential reassignments, while families in smaller quarters advocated for more equitable distribution. The committee developed a compromise that would reassign spaces gradually as they became available, rather than requiring immediate moves that would disrupt established households. Educational program reform proved easier to implement because changes could be made through enrollment policies rather than resource redistribution. Advanced training opportunities were opened to all qualified students, regardless of family background, while specialized programs were expanded to accommodate increased participation. The changes created new opportunities without eliminating existing ones, making them acceptable to all family groups. Resource allocation reform required the most careful handling because it affected daily living standards for all residents. The committee developed a modified system that maintained recognition for valuable contributions, while reducing the disparities that had created resentment among families receiving standard allocations. The changes were implemented gradually over several quarters, allowing adjustment without creating hardship for any family group. Marcus found his confidence as a leader growing through the collaborative reform process, which demonstrated that change could be achieved through consensus building rather than administrative decree. His approach differed significantly from his father's more hierarchical style, but it proved effective for addressing community concerns while maintaining the stability that made their Vault society successful. His younger sister Luna, whose perspective as someone who had grown up under the previous policies but would live with their reforms throughout her adult life, provided valuable insight into the generational aspects of leadership transition. Her observations helped Marcus understand how policy changes affected different age groups and family situations within their community. The older residents remember when resource scarcity made preferential allocation necessary for community survival, Luna observed during one of their evening conversations about the reform process. But our generation has grown up with abundance that makes those policies seem unfair rather than necessary. The challenge is respecting the experiences that shaped previous decisions while adapting to current conditions that allow more equitable treatment. Luna's analysis helped Marcus understand that effective reform required acknowledging the historical context that had justified his father's policies, while recognizing that changed circumstances allowed different approaches to fairness and community welfare. The reforms weren't rejecting previous leadership, but adapting successful principles to evolved conditions. The process of implementing gradual reforms occupied most of Marcus's first year as overseer, creating a foundation for his leadership approach that emphasized collaborative decision-making and careful attention to community consensus. The experience taught him valuable lessons about balancing idealistic principles with practical considerations, managing change without creating disruption, and building authority through service rather than assertion. His father's recovery progressed slowly but steadily, allowing conversations about leadership transition and policy changes that provided valuable guidance from someone who understood both the original reasoning behind established policies and the current pressures for reform. These discussions helped Marcus appreciate the complexity of decisions that had seemed straightforward from his previous position as observer, rather than decision-maker. Leadership requires constant balance between competing values and interests, his father observed during one of their evening conversations, his speech still affected by the stroke, but his thinking clear and insightful. Perfect solutions rarely exist, so the goal becomes finding approaches that serve the community's welfare, while maintaining the relationships that make collective action possible. Marcus appreciated his father's perspective on the inherent challenges of leadership, particularly the recognition that effective governance required accepting imperfect solutions rather than pursuing idealistic goals that might undermine practical community function. The reform process had taught him similar lessons about working within existing systems to achieve gradual improvement, rather than attempting dramatic transformation. The community's response to the implemented reforms provided validation for Marcus's collaborative approach to leadership change. Residents who had advocated for policy adjustments expressed satisfaction with the changes, while acknowledging that the gradual implementation had minimized disruption and maintained community stability. Families who had initially worried about losing advantages under the previous system found that the reforms created new opportunities for contribution and recognition. The changes have improved community morale without creating the conflicts we worried about, Elder Thompson observed during a year-end leadership review. Your approach of involving everyone in developing solutions has built support for reforms that might have generated resentment if they had been imposed administratively. This feedback confirmed Marcus's judgment that collaborative leadership could achieve policy changes that served community welfare while maintaining the social bonds essential for their isolated society's success. The approach required more time and patience than administrative decree, but it created stronger foundations for long-term community stability. As his second year as overseer began, Marcus had established a leadership style that balanced reform with tradition, community input with administrative efficiency, and idealistic principles with practical considerations. The Vault continued functioning smoothly while adapting to policy changes that addressed historical inequities without disrupting the relationships that made their community viable. The daily routine of overseer responsibilities had become natural rather than overwhelming, with Marcus developing competence in areas ranging from resource management to conflict resolution to long-term community planning. His approach emphasized collaborative decision-making that built consensus around changes, rather than imposing solutions through authority, creating a leadership model that could adapt to future challenges while maintaining community stability. His father's continued recovery allowed gradually increased participation in community affairs, though the stroke had affected his stamina and made full-time leadership impossible. The transition from father to son had evolved into a collaborative relationship that combined institutional memory with fresh perspectives, creating effective governance that served both continuity and change. The resource allocation reforms had achieved their goal of reducing inequities while maintaining recognition for valuable contributions, creating a system that most residents considered fairer than previous policies, without generating the conflicts that dramatic change might have caused. Housing assignments were being redistributed gradually as opportunities arose. Educational programs had been opened to broader participation, and resource distribution reflected a balance between contribution and need that served community welfare. Evening walks through the Vault's residential sections revealed a community that had adapted successfully to policy changes while maintaining the social bonds that made their isolated society function effectively. Families from different backgrounds continued their distinct cultural traditions while participating in shared community activities that created unity despite diversity. Children grew up with educational and social opportunities that were more equitably distributed than in previous generations. The workshop areas showed increased activity as expanded access allowed more residents to pursue technical projects and creative interests that contributed to community welfare while providing personal satisfaction. The reforms had created opportunities for innovation and contribution that had previously been concentrated among families with historical advantages. strengthening the community's overall capability and resilience. The vault's common areas hosted community meetings and social activities that reflected the collaborative approach Marcus had established for addressing community issues. Rather than administrative announcements about policy changes, these gatherings featured discussion and input about ongoing improvements that could enhance community welfare, creating ongoing engagement with governance rather than passive acceptance of leadership decision. Marcus's private study had evolved from his father's systematic filing approach to a more collaborative workspace, where community representatives regularly met to discuss ongoing policy development and implementation. The room's atmosphere had shifted from administrative authority to collaborative planning, reflecting the leadership style that had emerged through the reform process. The records that documented his first 2 years as overseer showed a pattern of gradual improvement in community satisfaction and stability, with reform policies achieving their goals of increased fairness without creating the disruption that dramatic change might have caused. Conflict resolution cases had decreased as resource allocation became more equitable, while community participation in governance had increased as residents gained confidence that their input would be seriously considered. Late evening reviews of daily operations revealed a community that functioned smoothly under policies that balanced recognition for contribution with equitable treatment for all families, creating stability through fairness rather than managed inequality. The vault's systems operated efficiently while serving a more collaborative approach to community governance that engaged residents as participants rather than subjects. As Marcus prepared for sleep in quarters that had transitioned from his father's private residence to his own leadership workspace, he reflected on the journey from reluctant heir to confident community leader. The inherited burden of leadership had been transformed through collaborative reform into shared responsibility for community welfare, creating a foundation for future challenges that might arise in their isolated underground society. The vault hummed quietly around him, with the familiar sounds of properly functioning systems serving a community that had grown stronger through the process of examining and improving the policies that govern their daily lives. The reforms had succeeded not by rejecting previous leadership, but by adapting successful principles to evolved conditions that allowed more equitable treatment while maintaining the stability essential for their survival. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and responsibilities, but Marcus faced them with confidence built through experience of successful community leadership and change management. The inherited burden had become shared opportunity for continued community development, creating a foundation for addressing whatever future challenges their isolated society might face. The monitoring systems displayed a community at peace with itself and confident in its governance, where families from different backgrounds participated in shared decision-making about policies that affected their daily lives. Marcus had inherited not just leadership responsibility, but the opportunity to guide his community toward greater fairness, while preserving the social bonds that made their underground society viable and prosperous. As the night deepened around Vault 144, the community rested peacefully under leadership that had successfully balanced tradition with reform, individual family interests with collective welfare, and idealistic principles with practical considerations that served their continued survival and prosperity in humanity's protected spaces beneath the earth. Thanks for wandering the wasteland with me tonight. If these stories helped you relax, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments. For uninterrupted sleep, these videos play straight through without ads, letting the sounds of the wasteland guide you all night long. If you want more, check out our Patreon for early access and exclusive Spotify playlists. Link in the description. Sleep well, fellow vault dwellers. May your dreams be peaceful and your nights raid-free. Good night.